Oh, excuse me. So, today's gonna be different. Maybe. Well, it's gonna be a little different. It's going to be different in the sense that we're going to make some lace today, but it won't be bobbin lace. Now, calling it lace is slightly, in my humble opinion, misleading in the sense that this is kind of chunky. It doesn't have to be this chunky, but anyway, I am not going to pretend I am any good at this. So, well, it is going to be interesting. So, let me introduce to you, turn the light on first, the plan. Here is my plan. Now, so, I have often... I know, it's exciting. It's a big expanse of black. Actually, technically, it's a wooden desktop, right? But it's got a big mouse mat on it, actually. Today, I made this, which looks a little lost in comparison. Well, actually, that's not quite true. I also made these. Now, they look even more lost. Let me zoom in a bit. Hang on. Move a little bit that way. Right. Yeah, they look a little bit blown out, but there we go. Right. So, for scale, there's a hand, right? This is still way these are way chunkier than any of the stuff I normally use on my lace. Right? Hence, well, these are chunkier. Now, sorry, I'm just looking at the fact that some dogs already destroyed the couch. Let me stand up one moment and excuse the wobbly table and put my couch back together a bit. My couch is the kind that has removable cushions. And the problem with removable cushions is they move. And anyway, so our plan today is basically I'm going to be having a go at some more of this. Now, this is the contraption. It is tatting, but it is needle tatting, not with the little shuttles that you normally see. Mainly because I'm a cack-handed idiot, and I tried really hard to get along with... Let me put these somewhere a little bit more gentle to my brain cells and move the camera so that I can work a little bit nearer to me. Let me move the mouse back down a bit. There we go. Right. That's a little bit better for me because I'm not kind of working at arm's reach, then I'm working kind of in my lap. I mean, it would help if it was a little bit more that way, to be honest, because, well, that's kind of in front of me, so yeah, that kind of works. Right, so I have a knee thing, and I have my thing, and I have, well, it looks really huge, a big cone of yarn, which is why the brown one is thing, because I have a lot of this. This is 8/4 weaving cotton. It is, but it looks more like bell ringers ripe in comparison, but you know, I can put it on the floor and it can be off camera, but then it flows gently up to what we need. Now, as I need to point out, I am not an expert at this. Let's kind of put it up here as our reference material. I will try and be joining them together as we go. So I need a chunk of string before we start. but I also need to thread it through the stupidly small eye. Can you see? I mean, I know it's blurry, but can you see how small that is? That's just infinitely screw. Right. So, much as I am a fairly proficient needle threader, getting something that thick through a hole is not an easy game. My needle thing's broken already. That's a really good sign. Oh well. These things are never designed to last, are they? No. These things never seem to quite live long enough. I can probably fix it. I know. And, I mean, I wouldn't mind, but there's not even, like, an expensive version you can buy. Well, there is, but it's not. It's a little hook that you put through and doesn't really do the same as the one with the little widgies on the end. So I'm going to see if I can try and fix this. The answer is not really. I think it's the short answer to that. Especially not with my glasses on. I need to no, that's definitely never going to work now, because I've had to break both the little slits that are all that holds these in. Yeah. Problem is, it is just a big pile of cack. You know what? I'm not even sure this is worth the effort. I mean, it wasn't really worth the effort when we started, but now, possibly even less so. Let's put you in there first. This is worse than trying to untwist. This is worse than bobbins. No, that's not. My patience is not good enough for that. So basically, well, we were screwed because getting it through that hole is near impossible. I suppose the other option is to use thinner thread to pull it through the hole next time. Anyway, so the general weirdness about this is that you just loop things over and go for it, and this is all that there is. You just loop and make stitches as you go. And you count them. So I've done 6, 7, 8, and we need to do a peek here, which I'm still not overly a fan of. So you do leave a little bit of a gap. 4, missed. 5. Then we need another peek here. That. There we go. That way 1, 2, 3. So you end up with a bunch of things like this. So I know you can't see them hugely well, but I'm not quite sure how to make that any better, because normally the light is a good thing. If I turn the light off, I don't think, yeah, that just looks really khaki. I think the light, to be honest, is a little bit bright. Now there are controls on it, but that's easily said and done. Anyway, what you do next is you slide them off the bottom, which is why you needed the rest of it. Put the thing through the loop, and yeah, there are some buttons somewhere. There are some buttons, but at the moment I can't see them because it's too bright. Hang on, let me stand up. Are they on the back at all? No. I could have sworn there were buttons. Oh, well, that was one of the buttons. Oh, there's the button. See if that helps. Does that make it a bit easier to see? Because now everything in here is bright orange. I've knocked me ball of yarn over. Yeah, it is a bit better. Everything's really orange, but the camera's doing better with it. So let's go with the flow. So right. Then to do the next one, you just put and the flies are still here, so and they're annoying me, which is part of the reason I thought of doing this. So we now need to do, and then you snug this up as close as you can, which is easier said than done without it kind of eating itself. Because the problem is, this one keeps it closed. Now in some of the things, they say tie a knot in it. So after each one, tie a knot. So you turn it over and do this, which ties a knot in it. And I can kind of see the point, but then you also get a lot of knots, which I'm not sure how well that works, because some of them don't and some of them do. So let's try this again. Claw you close. It's number 1, 2, 3, and then this is the fun part where you join this one to this one by going through the little hole and trying to pick up the bit of string through the little hole, which is definitely easier said than done. There it goes. Right. And then you do the other half, so that's 1. That's not right. No. Oh no, that's 2. That's right. 3, 4, 5. Then we do a picot, which will be the one for the edge, which is this one here. And then we do 1, 3, 4, 5. do another one, another peak coat. Missed. If you don't make them long enough, you can't get your thing in later. So it's kind of weird because it's like so much crafting these days is that it still looks too bright. I mean, it's better, but it still looks too bright. But I can't. Hang on. Let me get this. Because it's bright, I can't see the buttons. Yeah. How does that look? Is that any better? The problem is the camera keeps auto-adjusting for it. Because the background's black, it's not doing so good. So I wonder if messing with the camera is possibly the easier thing. Because to be honest, it's a bit dark for me now. Around this end somewhere. There it is. That's nearer what I want, but I don't want it. Let's try that. Try a little less of that. Just bear with me. So it's bright, but it's not ridiculously bright for me. And then what I need to do is go in the camera, and I need to. Where's the exposure? This is possibly what I need to do. I probably need to chunk it down some. Yeah, that's a little bit better, is it not? It fell off. It's because I kicked me back me arm thing again. Right. That's a bit better, isn't it? That looks a little better. It's still a bit yellow here. Why can I not find the white that it was originally? Because both ends seem to be doing anyway. That looks a bit better. That looks a bit better for you anyway. Still pretty yellow here. Normally it's been beautifully white here, and unless I can lift the camera up and let me try this a sec. Hang on. Yeah, it's really weird. It is absolutely really weird. It's got settings, right? Let's tilt it back up slightly. You don't need a shot of me, baby. There we go. You see, it's how weird. Anyway, there are two buttons. One is supposed to control how yellow it is. One is supposed to control how bright it is. But at the moment, it feels like both are doing the same job. So I can make it whiter, but then it's brighter, and I don't mind it being brighter. But it looks really yellow here. I mean, to be honest, it doesn't really matter, but we can go with that. So, I've done the 3 there, done the 5 again, and the 3. I'm going to join this as late as I can, because I think that having it flapping on the edge will be annoying. So I'm going to do it at the last moment. So like that, and then let's tie another knot in it. Let's try and hold it still once we've tied it up again, because it's trying to run away. There we go. So then we have 2. So this is this bit here. Now they're not coming out exactly the same size. Is that not typical? But we're in the I'm still learning, so I don't have a problem necessarily. I mean, it would be nice if it all joined together perfectly and all of that, but right, join through the magic hole. There we go. Do you find it hard to? Because I don't want the picos to be big, because then all you see is great big frigging picos everywhere, and I don't want that. But at the same time, it's kind of hard. So, right. And as you can see, this is already eked away from where we started. So in fact, we'll just... So the one thing I do like about this is if you hate it, you just pull the needle out. And we try and, again, to start and get it as close to the beginning and to stay as close to the beginning as we can muster. So... 1, 2, missed. 3. Then we get slidey to the top, because the pico's been made bigger. It should be a bit easier this time. Got an itchy face. Itchy face. This is definitely not something. I mean, I don't hate it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here, right? Although that fly is needs to die. It really does. I saw 2 of them at it in the sense earlier, but it was the only time I've ever seen the flies. It's like, great, the only time I get to see them is when they're at it. Typical. Right, 1, 2, 3. So there's 1. 2. 3. 4. Yeah, so that's 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we need a peacock. Can you just sit a bit stiller, dog? You know, the whole world doesn't need to move, you know? 2, 3, 4, 7, and then check how many I've actually done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which is right. So, We have the 3, the Pico, which gives us 5, and the 8, which gives us the right magic number. And then we slidey slide. Like this. And join the thing. And slidey slide. Like this. Slidey slide. And we've made a thing. We've made a 3-leaf clovery thing, which is, well, the thing, which, well, looks like a corner now, doesn't it? Hey, it is, slidey slide. So, the problem I have is determining front and back. Now, I do know how to tell the front and back, but they're really not that apparent. You have to be paying a lot of attention. The short answer is a picot on the front is between stitches, and on the back it's in the middle of one. It is the only truest way to know front from back, which is kind of pants. Now, so if we twist over, you're supposed to be going that way, which gives us, see, that's not right, so it should go that way, so that you're over the top, so that I can tie a knot by going through the hole, like this, knot, and then they say, some say, as the phrase goes, that you find the original hole here, which is very difficult. Now, because it's in here, and if I look at it from the back, it's in here, but it's kind of in here. There's kind of, yeah, it's kind of in here, and so I want to do that to join them together a bit more, with a bit more. Oh, what now? Bear in mind I'm listening, not seeing what you've typed. What's an add nod? Let me see what you actually typed, because sometimes its descriptions are really shit. Oh, afraid not! Yeah, it said add nod. Yeah, afraid not. Yeah, it is very much afraid not. So, now, we turn it over. No, that's the front. So we turn it over. Yeah, I know. It's a pretty good text-to-speech thing, but randomly it gets really confused and says the dumbest shit. So now we want 10 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's right, 6, 7, 8. See, the other thing that's interesting is it's no longer saying your name properly. It's been working for what, 9 months, nearly a year, and now it can't say your name. All I'm getting is I couldn't possibly pass that up. It didn't actually say who said it. Now, it's only you talking, so that's easy enough, but it means I have to look up to see who said it, because sometimes it does, but sometimes it's not, and I haven't changed none of the settings, and it's not changed version either. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One more. The only other thing I have found with this is I don't normally suffer from autistic textures issues. But this needle constantly running over my finger does kind of start getting to me. So now, because we're not making a loop, we're making a line, we just make sure that the thread isn't catching on anything and give it a pull. And we now have a 3-leaf clover. I'm not sure 10's enough, but then. And then, because, well, yeah, all it did was go Q. It didn't do the rest of it. What the f is wrong with everything? Why I noticed this the other day. It was like sounds. It almost skips the first part of a sound. You see, all I got was like, even though it says ad break. It's like it's phasing in. I don't need it to phase in. I need it to just say shit. So yeah, for ads running, all I really heard was ning. We know the answer to this, don't we? We know the answer to this. We get some music running, so it's already got sound coming through it. I don't see why it would do this, but you can see in here, but I can't. I can't. Oh, I see a little star. I do. No, it's the. I don't know whether it's my earphones or speaker, but let's do some. Yeah, let's do some of that. We can have some of that. I mean, let me go in here, go to sources, no, click. I want to turn Amazon Music on and give you some different music. I think it's because I messed with the settings of my sound thing. And I turned off all the audio enhancements. That way I got your name. So whatever it is, let's go with that. Right. It gave me your name and all I've done is put some music on. So as I say, it's almost like the moment it's got to send me some sound, it forgot it was supposed to be doing that. So even though it's permanently connected to my ear kind of thing, that it kind of went, oh shit, I forgot to tell her. Here's the last bit. I was in the middle of talking and forgot to tell you about it. So now you turn it back over again. I know. That's the bit that annoys me. Is that half the time I haven't even rebooted. So it hasn't even got the excuse of it's, you know, I've restarted stuff and stuff has caught up with something. No. And you see, you're supposed to face that way, like that. So that we now do, because we work in that direction. Not quite sure how I'm going to thread the needle next time, but there we go. Anyway, plonk needle. To be honest, these needles are way too long. rejoin it to this one. Like that. I know that you haven't got the greatest zoom in on this. But you see, look, it's already a bit further away. At the end, there's the gap. It's the only thing I don't like is it's hard to scooch them up. Where's a poking device? Because this is the whole problem with this turning it over, is that I think I need to turn it the other way. So you're on top. So that you come out from behind it, like that. And it doesn't really secure until you've got the third one on. Once you've got the second, the half of the second one on, it doesn't move so much then. So, but it is very much, as I say, it's not hard, clearly, but it's one of those things where, despite trying to do it right, somehow you find new and fantastic ways to get it wrong. And again, it's very hard to show you my view because, well, I'm in the way. I need one more. I think 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. So that's 8. Now we go back and we grab you again. Right. That's 1. Yeah, I mean, I could zoom in a bit more, but the problem with zooming in a bit more is that if I move just the tiniest amount, it really goes off camera. Because, I mean, for example, I could do this and you could see a lot more. Well, to be honest, I know how they feel. So if I try this, but I almost need to draw, where's the edge? There's the edge there. Yeah. How about that? Put it there. So that you've got a reasonable view, but at the same time, you know, you don't have exactly, you know, you can't inspect the underneath my nails too well, because she says looking and thinking, actually that's probably, let me scrape the under my nails, hang on. Yeah, I mean, it is very difficult to have both, if you know what I mean. And because it's not like it's in a frame, so it's always going to be at the same point, it's easy to have wandering and for it to disappear off the edge of the screen. So, right, so I've done that one. I need the back half of that. So there's 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. And then we need to leave a gap. One, two, three. Before you ask where the numbers come from, somebody else's instructions, okay? Just need to make that clear. Problem I had was that there are a number of similar squares to these, but some have way more picos on, so some have picos the whole way round the edge. Well, as we know, Liz does not like picos. So we are going with the necessary functional picos rather than the frilly picos, because we know Liz doesn't do that. So when I found this one, I was very pleased because it's kind of plain. And don't get me wrong, you can do like bedspread size starting out with, you know, kind of, because of course you just join things as you go, and make a new layer and off you go. The only downside is you do need to start off with a tail, and I find that difficult because if I wanted to work something out for myself, it's hard to judge the amount you're going to need, because I mean, if you look, I mean, this is a square. I mean, it's what, it's just over, well, it's what, 2 inches in for normal units and 5 centimeters in the methodicals, right? They're not big, but if I tell you you need 2 feet, 24 inches of, so that's 60 centimeters roughly for those in new metric. If you need that much of end to go all the way around that, it doesn't look like it's that big. So it's got dog hairs on it. I'd never have guessed 2 feet. And bear in mind, the 2 feet is for the inside the thing, not the outside the thing. If it was for outside, I'd probably go, yeah, I can see that, because obviously you've got to make all the little stitches with it. But no, it's 2 foot for this loop, give or take a bit. So, it is weird. Because there you go, look, now we have loopage. And we turn it over. We turn it over and you stop screwing around, thank you. And you tie, bring this back up because it's stretched away, because that's what threads do. Tie a knot, turn it back, right. And then we need to do the middle one. Three. Right, and then we make the other half of that. Right. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. Leave a gap. 1. 2. Missed. One, two, three. Thing. Now, part of the reason I'm doing this with the thicker thread is because I like this needle. I have my autistic brain cells have decided it likes this needle. So this needle is our friend, but it was too big, really, for this thread, because this is a little bit weird. Now, there's nothing wrong with it being a little bit weird, because, well, you know, hello, I'm weird. But it was a little bit weird. So as a result of being a little bit weird, we have upped the thread size, not made the needle thinner, because, frankly, I'm going to be a needle bender. I was always a needle bender in knitting as a kid, because, and part of that is because this is so long. If this was like half the length, it would be easy. Now this is not a pokey needle. Look, this is not sharp, right? Stab, stab, stab. So from that point of view, it is difficult for me because I want something half the size of this, but they only seem to make them in like stupidly long. Or you use a pointy one. But of course, pointy ones then will split your thread and you'll stab it with it quite a few times. And yourself. So that feels less of a plan. Plus, you can't get the different sizes, really. You can only get needles, you know what I mean? One, two, three. But it would help if it was crochet hook, I have to admit. Alright. Oh, and there's a variation on this called crow tatting, where you do in fact have a hook on the end, but then you also use crochet stitches in it. And I'm just not up for that yet. So, one, two, three. I hate the way it keeps leaping off. 4, 5. That's right, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Leave a gap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. It's funny how it'll pull straight out, except when you want it to go in, right? So, that's you. Let's tie you in a knot. Stop you running away. There you go. Oh. And like all thread, it doesn't half love to tangle its and twiddle and be really annoying. See, that doesn't look quite right at the end here. Something kind of wonky-ish. I do find it very difficult to demonstrate these things. To be honest, probably would have been the one time that my tilting table would have been better, because I can raise it up a lot higher. Snug it up. Now we need to do one, but I need you to be at least in the hole. One, two, three, missed, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, missed, 10. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Somehow I've got 11. There we go. Let's check that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right. And now we pull all the way through. Make sure this doesn't get caught on everything. There we go. Like that. And then wait to knot so you can't run away. And it is. It's one of those things where you look at it and go, how has it taken me that long? I mean, it's been an hour. But it's not like stitches take that long. Occasionally, obviously, I've stopped and looked at it and counted things, but this is the front, so that's where we need to be. But that's not, can't be the front. No, that's the front. That's right. No, you're not distracting me at all. No. I'm more than capable of doing that in my own right. So for those of you who know me well enough, you'll know that I suffer from lazy-itis. In that, well, to be fair, my entire produce today is on screen. You know, I'm definitely no expert here. Let's move it over here for a minute. Let's move it over there for a minute. Because one of these has got to now join on to this. which I'm not looking forward to be honest. Um, so I suffer from the ability to be more lazy than you could ever possibly dream of. Yeah, I'm gonna need that luck, thanks. And my neighbours are the loveliest people. Um, I know I've said this a few times, but they truly are. And they've got a skip at the moment. And I asked if I could put some stuff in their skip because, well, I've got. I have a bit of an Amazon habit. I mean, I'm not alone in this problem. I know that. But in my Amazon habit, my ability to generate boxes that need to go out for the recycle man can sometimes be greater than will fit in my recycle bin, and they won't take stuff not in your bin. So it's very easy to find yourself in a position where you have excess. And I am one of those people that once I've got some excess, well, now I've got more excess because, well, there's a pile. And it's easy to add to a pile. And then the pile grows. And the pile doesn't seem to shrink. And because, well, you've ordered more stuff or had things delivered that not necessarily by choice. And suddenly you've got more things, and then you've got things and other things, and more cardboard boxes, and more this and more that, and suddenly you've now got this huge amount of excess, and well, frankly, nowhere really to do it. And it came up in prior to 2020 in the UK. If you wanted to go to the big refuse tips, you just turned up. Now you've got to book it. So you have to plan. Because you can't just go, right, I've had a tidy spree, I'll book a thing for half an hour. Because it doesn't work like that. You have to book it like a week in advance. Well, who says I'm in the mood next week? Dog was snoring. So, yes, I could book the tip run now, but I might not be in the mood tomorrow, let alone by next week. And I was talking with her, and I was saying, look, thanks for this, I really appreciate it. And a parcel had come round, so I was dropping off the parcel, and for her, and she was like, oh, I wasn't expecting that till Monday. And I went, that's all right. And it's like, yeah. And she's like, you do know I put you down as able to get my parcel? I said, of course you can. Silly woman. And and I explained about the thing. She's booked a tip run for me. And she is more than willing for me to just give her the boxes, and her husband will flatten them all out and take them all down the tip for me. All I have to do is basically chuck them out the house. And I said, I can't let you do that. And she's like, well, why not? And I said, well, because I feel guilty. But it doesn't bother me in my own house, but it bothers me that I need to bother someone else, or I won't do it. Because realistically, I won't tidy unless someone makes me, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I can't, and I actually do, for those who aren't aware, today is the anniversary of the death of my father. And to be honest, I would rather go through that much grief again than tidy. I really hate it that much, and I can't explain why to people, but I think it is partly my autisticness, right? But that doesn't make it any better, So, that's the thing, right? So yeah, she's booked a couple of tip runs for next week, and to encourage me. And she said, "Oh, I can always cancel them." And I'm like, because they don't cost money. It's the one thing I will say. It's not like it costs money, but it's still, she's bothered to do it all. And she's really helpful. I mean, to be honest, I'm sure if I said to her, you know, I'd need you to come in and like stand over me, she'd go, okay. I just, they are the nicest people. Right, this is the one that's got to join. So this is going to be the this is where it starts getting stupidly complicated. To be honest, I'd rather sew them afterwards if that was the thing. I never understood what the reflex was supposed to represent. I probably have to Google what it was supposed to represent. So, 1, 2, 3. That was 4, wasn't it? Yeah, 4. 5. I know you can't really see what I'm doing, it's because I'm trying to pry this thing through a hole. There we go. Right. That's 5. 5. So it's 1, 2, 5. Yep. Leave a gap. 2, 3. Why aren't you coming through? Gets it twisted. There you go. Ram your finger a bit tight. There it is. So, now I've got even more flappiness, and as you know, flappiness and I are not friends. That looks far too small, but there we go. Because this actually comes out there, so it's going to sit kind of here, like that. So need to do the crossy knotty thing because you're already trying to escape, so knotty thing. Right. This is why I can't handle flappy things. So they just don't know where to go, you know. That goes back through this hole here. The last one is going to be real awkward because you've got to join it to the first one, and I have to say I know what I want to do, but finding the right angle, oh arseholes, finding the right angle is proving difficult because you need to flip things to do it from the right angle so that it lies flat, and that's definitely not an easy thing. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, and that's definitely 5. So then we need to make a peak out. One, 2, 3. See, that went awfully quick. No, that's not right. It's supposed to be 8 somewhere in this thing. On, where's my instructions? I love when you alt tab and it doesn't sharpen your tabs. Well, you're open because you're there. 5. I need 3 more. That's right. I need, well, 5 more. Sorry. Hang on. So 3, 5. Oh, I need 5 more here. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's better. It's more like it. Keeps twisting up and therefore won't pull through. Let's do the whole drop it and let it spin thing, so that helps. Right. You can see what I mean. I mean, well, not that I can see because there's a wretched text box over the top of it. So you're the top. You're just twisted around everything. So it's like this. Now I'm sure in theory I could have gone through there. And I probably should have done. But it didn't mention that. It only seemed to mention the corners. So we're going with the corners. always change our mind later. Because, I mean, it would make some sense that they all joined in the middle. In fact, that thinking about it now makes even more sense. And no, I can't do this on screen. I need it 1 inch from my face. I'm going back to the Pico. Oh, moth, go do one. Now is not the time to want to chop it off. I think that's why I was having fun. Right. Well, I just managed to make that worse, didn't I, somehow? Excellent. Well done, Kimber. It's going to be one of these ones where the more I try, the worse it gets, isn't it? Yep. I've really f***ed it up now. But I can't see how. Well, I can. I know what I've done, I just can't see it. I've completely balked this. Hang on, gonna have to sit here and pick at it. And I can't do it on screen because I really do need it 1 inch from my face. Fly sod off. And as you know, I can't tell when things are on top or below things, especially when they're the same colour. So picking out which of these two threads it is very difficult. Please tell me I'm not just going to have to chop this whole thing out and start again. I don't really want to do that. It should be rescuable, but like all things, there are no videos showing you how to rescue it. So that's... I have rescued it to an extent. So I have rescued back to here. What I need to undo is the rest of it now. But not so badly as I did last time. Let's try doing it one stitch at a time. See if that helps me not screw it up quite so bad. Don't get me wrong, some of the string is looking quite second hand now, because this is not mercerised, so this is very much raw and prone to fluffyitis, for want of a better expression. So I do apologise that I can't do this on screen, but my eyesight is just terrible. But I am getting somewhere. I am getting somewhere. I think I've got 4 stitches to go. As I say, it looks very second hand, but I think I've got like 1.5 stitches to go, so. This is where a much higher twist yarn would have been really useful. I mean, obviously the more practiced you are, the less you screw up, I hope. Right. Let's try this again. So you can see it's looking a bit fluffier now. In fact, where is... Oh, for goodness sake, you're nowhere near that. There it is. I'm going to try a bit of this on it. See if this will help. That helps make it not go quite so fluffy. This wax isn't really quite soft enough, it's quite brittle. Now, I'll work out which way round everything is. So that's this way round. So I'm trying to do it on camera, but it's so hard because my natural working is kind of, well, it's about that far from the camera, is to my face. So I, you know, if the camera was my face, so hence. No, I know that you're really understanding, but you know, not everybody is necessarily, and I know, and believe me, I love that for you guys, you know, because you really do make my day for being here. I'm not just sitting here on my own. Not that I ever feel particularly lonely, but it is nice having people to talk to. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, it's a bit waxy. 5. Hi, Naughty Cat. This is something you might like. Oh, that's got far too much of a gap in it. Let's go about that far. So that's 3, so I've done 2 now. 4, 5. And we're now going to try and dig out of here the little gap that we have, like that, because that'll give us less flap. 5, so that's 1. 2, 3. 4. Is that 5? Just check. 5, yep. Now we need to put a loop in for the next one. I have to say this. I have a question for you all. I mean, you're adults, most of you. Well, I know at least 2 of you are anyway. So, we have just witnessed, obviously for those on YouTube, no you didn't. Or for who are watching this later, no you didn't. We've just listened to Atomic from Debbie Harry. Your hair is beautiful. Now, occasionally you do look at someone and go, wow, you got, really, that's a really cool haircut, or, wow, you look really smart today, I can't say I've ever fancied someone because of their hair. And I've been watching Doctor Who again, as I do, and obviously David Tennant, Minnie the Minx, and Bernard Cribbins, and all the rest of it, June Whitfield, make a comment about David Tennant about how he's got really good hair. This is not how I ever describe people. I don't describe people by their haircuts, I mean, I might say that, if there's 2 people and one's got really long hair, I'll say it's the one with the long hair or the blonde hair. But that's about as far as it goes. I've never really kind of felt the need to pass comment on people's haircuts, There, that's a bit better. It's a bit less flappy now. We like that. So we turn it over. And we stick you through there. Make a knot. Dunk. And then, while we're over here, we need to find something over here to poke it through. Like that. Of course there are rats. Huh? How the fuck? Right. So that's the right side. that's the right side. So now we need to do it on the wrong side. And we do 10 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. Oh, we're getting there, look. Oh, Nautical. How are you, my friend? Nautical, you'd be proud of me. I emptied another box of cardboard today. And a big pile of styrofoam. Yeah, I had a rough... I have confessed my sins to my neighbour. And as you know, I love my neighbours. And she kind of went, oh, that's okay. So she's booked a tip run, in fact, for next weekend. And literally, if all I ever do is chuck the boxes out the front of my house, she and her husband will do the rest. Now, guilt would not let me do that. And I've explained that to her in that, yeah, you did just see a fly walk across the table. Little shitbag. Missed him. But because basically they've got a skip at the moment, and I asked if I could put some cardboard and some stuff in there because I said I've got a bit of a backlog, not wanting to kind of. And I even confessed to Mount Crapmore, okay, so she knows the full scale of my problem, and she's happy. She's happy to help me sort it out. I mean, obviously I've got to do all the work. Well, I won't say all the work. I've got to, make it easy on them. But if I put it out of my house, they'll deal with it for me, which I think is really nice. And they're prepared to take it down the tip for me and organise the tip, and because I still can't believe you have to book skip going down the tip. But she's, so all I've got to do is get a load of stuff. And she said, well, if we've ever got room in our bin, you're always welcome to put. They are super nice. There is nothing I wouldn't do for these people, frankly, except tidy my own house. I'll tidy theirs. They're having a load of kitchen work done, so she's kind of a bit off sorts at the moment because obviously, now I've got to sort this out because this twists, which is really annoying, and I don't want it to. And I don't understand. Well, I understand why it twists, but I don't want it to. No. Oh, I screwed it up, people. I screwed it up. That should not be there. Then there's going to have to be some more off-camera staring into the dark abyss of my soul as I try and unpick this now. It's alright, pups. It's alright, Rory. Rory! It's alright. Yes, you look after your bruvs. It's having woofy mares. Thank you, Nautical. I would appreciate that. For my soul is. I mean, you missed. Here is my earlier efforts. That is the entirety I've ever done with this craft. So I am far from master. This is the answer to it. It's just frustrating. Because I've got to undo that last thing again that I just sorted out. Because you can't undo like 3 knots. Well, I probably could if I wasn't such a doofus, but I wonder if I can eke it, the slack out of that. Don't think I can. So once again I find myself apologising because you can't really watch what I'm doing because I can't hold it close enough to my face to unpick knots that are this small. Without them being an inch from my nose. Oh my goodness! That'll be cool! That'd be so cool! So why are you kicking yourself, or is it because, like me, you somehow have this deep down feeling that you'll never actually get round to doing it? Which is part of the reason I would never open a business selling things that I make, because I don't want to be forced to make them. Problem with working with this, and I don't know if Nautica you have this problem, but string just loves to twist and tangle upon itself, and I mean, you're dealing with slightly bigger shit, so your twists and tangles probably aren't quite as hard to pick apart. But because this is not rope or it's not even mercerized. Not making another America, a werewolf in London kind of thing. Mind you, have you ever seen the film I Rode a Killer Vampire Motorcycle? If you say no, that's perfectly fine. Okay. I thought that everyone had seen it, right? It was one of those films that, I don't know, best part 20 something years ago, I thought everyone had seen, right? And one day at gymnastics, um, well, as it turns out, there's possibly good reason for that. But, as I said, for some reason, well, that works too, but, I mean, I'm not really a motorcycle fan. However, let me explain why this was important. After gymnastics one evening, we went down the pub, which was unusual. Um, and, you know, we were all sitting there chatting away. And somebody mentions the film. And as I said, I've seen it. And clearly, whoever mentioned it had seen it. So, it, you know, I think everyone around the table had seen it. So, it clearly was something that was popular enough that for whatever reason, we had all seen it. And the guy next to me, who was fairly new to doing gymnastics with us, went really, really red. And I kind of went, what? I was the director of that film. That's my film. Oh. I'm sitting down the pub with the director of this film and I'm like, what do you mean it's your film? He said, no, it's my film. It was my idea and I directed it. Really? Yeah. I'm kind of sitting there going, you did that? Because to be honest, I think it was, I'm not wishing to rain on his parade, but it's right. The yarn is a bit fuzzy. I'm sure it's out of focus, but the yarn is a bit fuzzy, and picking at these stitches is proving to be difficult because I can't see them because of the fuzz. But yeah, I think he probably got some inspiration from Christine, which I'm sure you've heard of. Can I fudge it with that alone? Yes, that'll do. Screw it. Yeah, the car thing, right? In essence, the motorcycle has a personality because obviously Christine eats people, so it is very similar in that respect. In that the vampire motorcycle kills people, but at the same time, it's a bit like, I can also tell you, I farted on Darth Maul. Not intentionally, well, I didn't set out to. I mean, it wasn't like a drunk dare or something. But it turned out that way. He was spotting me for a backflip and, well, I tensed before the leap, as you do. And, well, and we rolled down on the floor laughing like small children, so. trying to tense. I'm doing a bit of a naughty cut here, chasing a bit of tension down to try and make it look less shitty. I mean, I'm kind of wasting my time, but I can tell you that now. But I just feel I ought to try, you know. Yeah, it's far from ideal, but it looks better than it did. Tie a new knot in it. Right. I mean, it's far from perfect. If I pull the string out, there at least is less of an obvious lump now. Yeah, it took me all that time. I need to remember that that's the middle of me thing, but now I've got to do the thing on the back again. Let's try this again then. Now I need 10 of this. Six, 7, missed. 8, 9, missed. 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. But that looks really, the last two look shitty, so we'll ditch those and do those again. 9, 10. Back to the good side. It's alright, pups! Right. Now we need to do 8 again. Missed. Don't know how I missed, because what happens is I do this, and as I let go, it leaps over the top. So I don't really miss, it just fucks up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, leave a chunk, 1, 2, 3. But I've done the right one. Yeah. Just had horrible thoughts as you do. Shit, was that the one I wanted? Yes, yes it was. I mean, you know, I recognise that this is not going to again, not going to win Beauty of the Year award, but you know, hey, you know, that's fine. One, 2, 3, and then we go through this one, like that. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Got to be at the end, if you don't mind. 5. Yep. Then we go through you. Like this. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Leave a gap. 1, 2, 3. Yep. It's all right, pups. Rory! I know, little one. I keep disturbing you, don't I? Yes, I know. Yes, I know. I do. I do. Have you got on your head? What's the matter? Hello. Yes. Thank you. Are you a good girl? Hey, oh, what a yawn. Oh dear. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Mm. Right, this next one's the shitty one, because I've got to work out how to join to here, but without screwing it up, which is harder than it sounds. So let me do the knot thing. Now this is standard weaving cotton, and it's probably the stupidest mistake I ever made. But to be honest, the linen that I've got is really, really kind of grabby. This is my normal weaving yarn, so lives on a really big cone. So I got plenty of it. Hence using it, because I've got it. People do this with knitting wool, which I find really... It does look aged. It's not. It's just the colour it is. It's supposed to be this colour. I like this colour, actually. So let's... But this is needle tatting. One. So probably it's very similar in some ways to nail binding in that respect. Just done on a pointier thin. One, two, three, four, five. Right, now we have to join this one, and I want it to come in possibly like nylon would be weird, yeah. So I need 8 now. That's 1, 2, 3. Missed. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think 3, 5, 8. Yes. Well, that's proud. I didn't fuck this up too much, because patience is not a virtue I possess very much of, as we know. Problem is trying to slide them off and keep this tangleness at the bottom sorted, and try and put your finger through it, because if you put your finger through it, the knot doesn't accidentally disappear. Like that, and then you pick the knot, the loop up with there, and give it a pull like that. Now I haven't finished, but I have made the outside. I've got the last little loopy bit to do between here, but that actually kind of worked. Holy shit. Can we not be excited? Now I've got to work through the hole. I hate this song. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And this time we don't keep the loop because it's just a stick. It's known as a chain, but... And then we need to attach it. I'll tie a knot in it so that it doesn't get all skanky, like that. And then we need to stab something over here to make it stay over here. So I'm going to go in there. That looks like a positive place for it. You're being a bit fussy, but that's fine. Chop. Let's put you there so I don't lose the end. Now, the problem we've got is how we're going to thread the needle again. Now our needle thing is broken. Because it's got a really small eye on it. I mean, like, stupidly small. No, I didn't want to do that there. Because that's not the back, it's the front, the pointier stick. So there was me confidently tying the knot, and now I just realised that that's the front, not the back, isn't it? Where's a crochet hook? I've got some somewhere. Because of course the dogs knocked everything off the other day, so nothing's where I want it to be. Because of course I just manhandled everything back into my pot, so everything's out of order. be crochet hooks around here somewhere. It's not looking very promising. No. Well, where did they go then? Because they were here. Because I do actually own a tatting shuttle. I just suck at it. There's a crochet hook. That'll do. That's too small. I'm not going to pick shit up with that. No. That's not the ones I was looking for. Nothing fits in this pot now. Now, because when the dogs knocked it off, of course the pot exploded everywhere, as inevitably it does. And so I'm just tipping in the other things that had come out that I found later. It didn't fit. So where are my crochet hooks? They should have been there. Could really use a crochet hook about it, but I need a thin one. Look, there's my other tatting shuttle. Finding lots of tatting shuttles, but not the crochet hooks that I had here. So I obviously moved all of them, and I'm getting a blinding headache. Now the question is where would I have put them? I obviously moved them. I see them. Just as about to move, I see them. I want the fattest one, which is that one. You probably would do best to go. Can I help you, sir? Do you want to hear something stupid? I screwed up. There is a front. So, it's really hard to explain, but Nauticoat will understand this. Each of the little bumps are a hitch. No. So, each of these is a hitch. It's made out of 2 half hitches, right? One way, one the other, so you've got full hitch, which is that. And when it's the right way round, the picots are in between stitches, like this. I put them together, one of them's the wrong way up. How do you tell? Because, well, the knot's on the back of this one, but the knot's on the other side. See that? I just fucked it up again. So. Why do I overheat when I think? It's like my bladder and my temperature gauge are connected to my brain cells. It's like I'm a radiator for the engine of my body. And that, you know, it puts up extra output because my brain cells are working. Plus, of course, I've got a migraine now from thinking and concentrating. And you're like, how? Is this part of the World's Worst Record show, or is it my imagination? I know. Did you? Good for you. Did people laugh? I mean, I do make people laugh, and it is a common trait apparently for being depressed, is to make other people laugh because you're not. Right, screw this. Let me do this before I change my mind. Right. Was it called Daz? I have 2. Look, I have a pair now. I mean, this one's clearly a slightly different size to this one. But I have 2. They do a bit. They need to be gold for that, really, but yeah. I mean, if they were this size, they would look a bit more... I mean, I know these are not great. This is because they're a bit loose, because they were made with the same needle, so they haven't quite got the tension that they should. But if I poke it around a bit, you can see that they are effectively the same. It's just that it's, well, it's a bit white, so it's there's its friend, which is a bit more misshapen but slightly in better shape than that one. Not a lot. The reason I stopped using these is because I don't actually have that much of that thread, so I can't really make anything with it. Whereas I have more of this size thread than most yarn stores have in stock. I've probably got about 100 of them, of cones that is, and they're 500-gram cones. I mean, I've got 2 white ones and a black one as well. Oh no, 3 white ones and a black one in here, and the brown one. And I've got every colour that they kind of make. So, because this is my default weaving wool yarn. It's not wool, it's cotton donut. This is my default weaving cotton because it's really absorbent. So that big red and white thing made with this shit, let me show you the reason that we're not. This is the only thing I've really made with tatting shuttle. I made like a little willy. It's got a tiny little sprong on the end. The reason I don't get on with this, she says try to remember how you do this now. You make a loop with this one, and you have to go like over and under, and people kind of make it look easy and let go, and so you go over and under. Bear in mind this is not going to work for some reason, but let's try that. So yeah, you go over and well, you go under and over, and then you have to kind of flip it so it goes round, and then you do over and under like this, and it's just too cack-handed for me. I can't. You're supposed to be able to do them with both on this side, so you go, instead of going that way, you have to have it over, so you have to kind of go under and round yourself, and I can't. I mean, let me zoom out, hang on. Dunk. Right, you have to kind of go round yourself and then over and hang on, you gotta have it like that. So you go round yourself to get over, and then you go over and under like this, and then you do under and over or something, and try and go through the hole. And I'm just too cack-handed. I can't. The only way I can do it is cack-handed compared to everyone else. Whereas holding a stick and basically going, make a loop, place it on top, make a loop, place it on top, make a loop, place it on top. I can do that without going too far insane. So I can kind of, well, clearly I got a lot further. I mean, it's taken me 2.5 hours to make a square. We're not exactly on world record time here. And it is quite heavy because it's made out of heavy stuff, so I mean, but technically, you know, success is still success. as I say, it's not going to win Beauty of the Year award, but then since when does any of my stuff do that? But now I've got to work out how to get this through such a tiny, tiny hole. Because my needle thing broke on the second time I used it. Can't even remember what I was... Oh, that was from sewing up the joins. So this is my normal lace making thread, which I'll be able to easily put through the eye of this needle. She says, "Yay!" Actually, what would have been sensible is to what I need to do now is just see, I know my shit. So this is kind of... Yes, you did. You showed me. You showed it me, and it is a glorious thing. For those who don't know, who, you know, because there are some people lurking who maybe, who, you know, don't know who Nauticelt is. Nauticelt makes things with rope. So while I don't do rope and Nauticelt doesn't do stupidly small threads, there is a bit of crossover in some of what we do. So I find interest in Nauticelt's things, and Nauticelt has a vague interest in what I'm doing. Because it's interesting, because obviously Nauticelt could make something like this, but if you did this, it would probably be about the size of half a patio or something. But it's interesting to see another side of basically a scaled or down or up version of what you do. And Nauticelt's rope work is far more practical, because lace, frankly, is never for a practical purpose, right? A net curtain's about as practical, or a tablecloth is about as practical as it gets. You know, the age-old, you know, lace decorations on skirts and shit it's just a decoration. It is purely an extravagance. It's not even like crochet or knitting where you can make blankets and clothing. Technically, I guess you could make clothing with this if you really were desperate. I mean, I can see it. I wouldn't want to, but I can see it. I can see making a summer kind of jacket with something similar to this. Well, more of this, but, you know, similar idea to this, and, you know, making it, but it would take a real friggin' long time. But Nauticelt makes things like mats and nets and in this case, and doorstops, and in this case he has made handle for a fire kettle, i.e. not, you know, the UK plug in the electric kind, because what, you know, duh. But this is for a metal, old style metal kettle, and so rather than burn your hand on the kettle, it's got a rope handle on it so that you have the insulation. And it is a thing of beauty, it really is. Rope cord. Pfft. String. I call this string and it's not, so, you know, it's not like, you know me. be honest, Nautica, I can't help but wonder if it wouldn't be easier just to kind of do the whole kind of make the loop and just wrap it over the needle in the first place. But, you know, it's not the way we do it, apparently, you know. That's far too big a gap. Let's take that. Well, honey, I didn't know until about 2:30 this afternoon, so you know, do not be thinking that I am doing this right. I'm just copying a video, you know. um, I mean, in essence, loop and wrap so it comes out to the front, loop and wrap so it comes out to the back. 1, 2, 3. Then I need to go through the hole that I made by leaving the gap last time. 3. To join them together. These are called picots. We know how much I feel about picots. So that's 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. Yep. Leave a gap. 1. 2. Missed. 3. 4. 5. 5. Leave a gap. 1, 2, 3. First one's looking really big now. Whatever. There is a picot here, it's just disappeared a bit. There it is, look. Yeah, that first one's a bit big, really. C'est la vie. 1, 2, 3. 4. 2, 3, 4, 5. Leave a gap. Fucking go over the end, you bugger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right, I know I've lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What I want to do is poke it through somewhere around about here. Like that, that'll do. To kind of hook the first one to the last one. There we go. I have run out of drink and I am thirsty. So I will leave those there a second and I will quickly nip to the kitchen. Back in a minute. Back again with a nice cold drink. Oh. So now we flip it over. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, actually, one thing I should do. What's her name? Hang on. This lady is a god. She does proper tatting with shuttles, and clearly does not make half a hash of it like I do. And she streams later in the UK time, but she's American, so she streams obviously mainly for. She mainly has an American audience as a result, but she does like she'll teach people on stream how to do tatting, and I learnt from her. She I asked, so how does this work, and she did show me, and I just couldn't do it, but I worked out by what she was achieving how to make it work for me, and showed her how I did it so that she could have another way of achieving it in her kind of training brain cells, so that if she comes across someone equally weird like me, like there's anyone like me, but who struggled to do the whole flipping and the whole managing of the end while you're moving your shuttle around, that she could show them that and say, well, try this. I mean, because like everything, it's like knitting. There is pick knitting, throw knitting, Portuguese knitting, combination knitting, and so you tried one and you hated it, but you still want to knit. Well, try one of the others. There is often another way to achieve the same thing, and so and again, this is pulled away. How does this pull away? I mean, I can't put any more tension behind that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Probably not the best tune to be playing while I learn this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Leave a gap. 2, 3. dropped one. It's Prince Charlie. I am very good at identifying songs very quickly. Yeah. I really upset some guy. They were all there for a pub quiz and it hadn't started yet, and there were some songs playing. And it started, oh, I like this. I like Electric Dreams. And it was like, it'd been like one note. And he went, how did you know? I went, because I like it. Do you want to join our pub quiz? No, thanks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I need 5, don't I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I don't need the last one. I do. I need a gap. I need a gap. Two. 3. 4. 5. Fly. Go do one. My ex-husband's apparently having the same problem, and he has almost a fly phobia. He can't. I mean, I only get annoyed with them when they land on me. He can't bear the fact that there's might be one in the room. So, you know, for me, it's just a minor annoyance when they ping off me, because they flick on him as well. And it's like they walk up and go and walk off. And you're like, can you quit it? Two. It's definitely easier. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. WD-40 and a fag lighter also works. That works really well with wasps as well. Probably not best indoors though. I have an electronic fly swatter. The problem is you've got to be able to see the thing to have a go. And these things are little ninjas in that generally they don't kind of go, dink, they just kind of, punk, and they've already gone. By the time your brain recognises that you felt it, they are invisible again. And they bred secret ninja flies this year. I've got too many, I think. Hello! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, those last two look a bit wonky, so let's undo that. We are doing needle tatting badly, is the short answer. 1, 2, 5. So now we need a gap, and before you ask, today is my first day, and hang on, let me do this before it. I have made these. And earlier before stream, well, I made one of them before stream, and these two. And I've made one on stream and joined it to the other one. And I'm now making another one. I have nothing particular in mind. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It has its moments. It definitely has moments. I'm not against it. I'm certainly having far more success than I did with the tatting shuttle, but frankly, if I tried to use my feet with my eyes shut, I probably would have had more chance with this tatting shuttle. I am absolutely incapable. And basically, I'm following a thing that was on YouTube. And I've written down the text equivalent of their instructions, because their instructions were not in English. Okay, I need to point that out. The video that I watched, I think, was in some Indian dialect that I definitely do not speak. But it is quite interesting how much half double stitch picot are still English, you know? So it was followable, because obviously they were doing it on screen. But it was very much not in my fair tongue. So I'm just tugging the picots a bit because they've disappeared a bit. I'm trying to work out which is the right side and which is the wrong side. This is the wrong side. In case you're interested, let me see if I can find the is this the one that I followed? I don't think it is. Hang on. I think this is very similar, but I'm not sure that this is the one I followed. Let me add that to my text collection. Back. have a look at my history, because my history will have it on, of course. Is it this one? No, because that's in English. That wasn't the one I followed. Must be this. Yeah, this is the one. This is the one So, bear with, as I said, bear with the fact that this is not in English, but this is the tutorial I watched earlier and that I am making these squares from. Because there are various ones with lots of extra picos, and as we know, Liz doesn't do picos, so I liked this one on the grounds that it was functional. No, Nautical. Sleep well, my friend. Take care. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. Ah. So I just tied a knot and hadn't pulled everything through, so bear with me a sec. I've screwed something up, so going off camera again so I can stick it on the end of my nose. Ow! That was my finger. I was gonna join the first blobble to the last bobble, but I didn't. Bite me. I have a week off soon. Well, a couple of weeks away. I may actually book an optician's appointment. I really don't want to spend £1,000 on a pair of glasses. And before you ask, yes, my glasses do need to cost that much. And that's by buying cheap frames. Because I can't see them from the inside, and as I live alone, it's not like I have to look spectacular. I mean, let's face it, these frames are hardly going to be flattering on a woman, but they also cost like £30, so sweet. See, you've already got loose. How do you do that? Three. Yeah, shit, isn't it? I mean, for people who want to wear them for, you know, fashion statements, or who have a prescription. My problem is that the actual prescription of them is pretty much okay. The problem is the coating. Yeah, the problem I've got, and I always get, is if I do this, you'll see that the coating is worn off, and it's like looking through raindrops on a windscreen constantly. If I was going to use them for driving, yes I can. If I was just going to do, say this, yes I can. And I can buy a £10 pair of glasses off Amazon, right? But I can't look at this and look at the screen with the same prescription. I can't look at the screen and say my TV, not that I don't look at the TV, but I wouldn't be able to drive with the same thing. So to be able to do all the things, I need a monstrously hideous amount of hardware. And I'm not going to say that the ones off Amazon would be good for me. Please do not think they'd be good for me. But I would be able to see with them. I have some as my emergency backups. So I picked, you know, I've got like a pair that I can use for driving. So should my glasses, you know, I jump on them, or the dog, you know, or something, that I got a pair of glasses that means I can drive to an optician's to get an actual pair of glasses. They are not ideal, but I can, you know? I'm just stupidly short-sighted. And then need quite a strong reading prescription. Because my eyes can see quite well close up. I mean, it's kind of obvious I'm short-sighted. Nah. 3, 6, 8. I'm trying not to sing. Problem with listening to music I like is I always want to sing along with it. And you really don't need me singing. I mean, I can sing. Or rather, I could sing. Now, not so much. I used to sing. I've sung at people's weddings. but I also have a horrible feeling that the music I'm listening to is slightly on delay. And so if I sing along with it, it'll be out of time. Which would really not help. Right, if I'm going to join them, I'm going to have to join them the next bobble. Three. I heard that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Leave a gap. 1, 2, 3. No, I screwed that up. Last one's far too baggy. 3. To be honest, I know my ex-husband always laughed at me because obviously I've worn glasses all the whole time he's known me. And a couple of years ago, he needed glasses. Well, actually, it's been more than a couple of years ago. A couple of years ago, he had to have a cataract operation. But prior to that, he was doing the whole kind of, book 20 foot away, still can't read it, it's too close kind of thing. Right. So I booked him an optician's appointment. We were going out for the day. We were going to, funny enough, to the Doctor Who exhibition. And it's like, we're going to be back by 5. Oh, okay, yeah, okay, great, got back by 5. All right, you need to stop here. We're dropping in here. Oh, okay, why, what we doing? You've got an optician's appointment, off you go. Because he'd been moaning and not and procrastinating. So I booked it for him. And I did say to him, do not necessarily buy glasses from the opticians. If you only need a reading prescription, which is what I was confident he needed, and I was right, by the way, you can go next door and buy them from the drugstore. Or you can buy them on Amazon. Well, he came out and then he said, I've ordered me a pair of glasses. Oh, okay. What's your prescription? Trev, what part of you can buy them for 10 quid? Do you not understand? But he can't have metal. So, to be fair, he ended up buying titanium ones that you can generally only buy in the opticians. So, I'm not saying he did wrong, but he certainly could have, bought a plastic pair and looked a bit of a dork, but had a plastic pair and for a lot cheaper and made do for a bit. But since his cataract operation, he now needs a more complicated prescription. So, because they don't give you perfect eyesight, they tend to give you long in one and short in the other, and for some reason, not that I overly understand why, but there we go. Well, I thought so, because all my life he'd been gloating about how he had perfect eyesight, and he did, proper gloat. So, welcome to the real world, Trav, where now you can't see shit. Enjoy, Some of us just got a bit of a head start, I mean, to be fair, it is kind of amusing. There's a Dave Allen joke. Dave Allen was a British comedian who, frankly, was one of the funniest people. But he does a joke about needing glasses. About how, he puts down his glasses and then needs his glasses to find the glasses, right? Because if your eyesight's shit enough, we've all been there. You drop your glasses or it's on a table and you knock it off and now you can't find your glasses because you haven't got your glasses to find your glasses, right? And he says it's funny because, of course, in the wild, part of the reason, his justification for being long-sighted as you get older is you need more notification that the lions and bears and tigers and things are coming, right? And he says it's great. I can see the bus is coming. I just can't find the bus stop. And it's kind of like, yeah. People with poor eyesight truly understand the woe. But the needing your glasses to find your glasses thing is absolutely so true. Because I'll put them on the table and accidentally knock them off. They don't just fall off and land. They seem to mysteriously be made out of springs and rubber and bounce around the room. And you're groping around expecting to hear crunch. It is really, being a glasses wearer is just not right. But as I was saying, for those who wear them for, who've got a 0.25 prescription, well, but it's my dad, right? My dad is the perfect one. My dad is the perfect example for this. Yeah, I have to leave snot trails to read things usually. But my dad, for example, used to bang on about how poor his eyesight was. And I always assumed I got my poor eyesight from my dad. 1, 2, 3, 4. Got too many. So one time he went to the opticians and he and I got him to get his prescription. Bear in mind, the man swore on his life he couldn't see without his glasses. He also had to have photochromatics because it was too bright, and he had to have this, and then obviously as he got older he had very focal ones. My prescription is -6.5. Okay, I am quite fortunate in both eyes. My eyesight is -6.5. My dad's eyesight was -0.25. If my glasses were out by that, I probably wouldn't fucking notice. And and it was kind of like, what do you mean you can't see without these on? Seriously, if my eyesight was out by, if my glasses were out by that, I wouldn't know. He could see perfectly well, really, without his glasses. He was just being fussy. I mean, it wasn't ideal, and yes, he should wear glasses and all of those kind of things. I'm not going to pretend that, if your eyesight's out, you shouldn't wear glasses. But the truth of the matter is, if he lost his glasses or they broke or something, he could have lived. It's not like he couldn't have lived without them. So yeah, I tried really hard not to laugh at him, because seriously, Dad, if I wear your glasses, I wouldn't even notice. I can't live without them. No, you think you can't live without them. But I do understand that for people who kind of wear them for cosmetic purposes, shall we call it, that, if you want to spend a fortune on glasses, that's fine. But for those of us who cannot operate in the real world without glasses, it shouldn't cost us this much. I mean, I literally cannot do anything other than maybe go for a wee and have a shower without my glasses on. I can't cook. I can't use a computer. I can't, I can now read, but, let me show you. So, this is not unrealistic text. If I wanted to read that, I used to have to hold it here. Now, I know it's blurry, but go with it. I can now read it a distance of about here, which is frankly a miracle. I mean, if I look without my glasses, yeah, that's about right. I mean, so, I can now arguably read a book without leaving slug trails on it, but you can't get a computer that close unless it's your phone. Which is why the moment I need to do this, it's like 4 inches, well, it's not even that far, 3 inches from my face, and I'm staring over my glasses or I take my glasses off. Because I'm counting things or looking at the detail, and my glasses make everything smaller because I'm short-sighted, and well, I don't need it made smaller, it's already fucking small. It always made, right, this is something that, as a fellow glasses wearer, I mean, I know I understand how the lenses correct our vision, okay? I totally get that. What I don't understand is that when you can see far away, but not when it's too close, the glasses make things bigger, and when you can't see 1 inch beyond your nose, it makes things smaller. You would have thought making it bigger so I could fucking see it would be a thing. checking I hadn't screwed it up. Done it again. Fucking idiot. I have a real problem with this last one. What am I supposed to do? Supposed to do 3, 5, and 8. I've only done 3. I feel like that. 3, 5, yeah, done it again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I need one more, and I need to get rid of that. Oh, I knocked my cone over again. There you go. Now this is pulled too tight, so I can. I screwed it up again. Looks like I did. Yeah, I quite like this one. My problem is I can't sing the right pitch. Well, I can. I just sound like a drowning cat. Can't do it. Trying to do it on camera and I just can't. How? How do you do that? Nearly there. Only got a little bit to go. And depending on, you know, the direction of the wind or the colour of your underwear, because it seems to defy logic. Sometimes they just pop undone, and sometimes they don't, which is really shitty. Like this one. Oh dear God, no! We do not need bros. Ew, 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 ew. And I haven't heard bros since I was at school, and I still don't want to hear it. So I'm sorry if anyone likes bros, but did you know that one of the bros boys went into makeup? I found him on YouTube, not deliberately, but I came across him on YouTube once. Luke, I think it was Luke, does makeup tutorials. I thought he looks familiar. And then I dug around a bit more, and he was one of the two guys from Bros. Right. Let's try this again, children. Looks a bit second hand now, but that's okay. One, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. Check if I can count. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. No, I didn't think I could. Right. No. I just fucking did that wrong. Oh, for Christ's sake, woman. I needed to go through that hole, not that hole. Let me undo it again. Go away, fly! So yes, once again I've managed to screw it up, and then in trying to undo it, I've made yet a different. It's not, I've kind of gone back the way I should, and well, it didn't, and so I've now got to undo that again, and go back the way I thought I was going back, the wrong way back, and then try and do it the right way, because clearly I screwed something up and didn't start in the position I thought. This was one of the few songs that I prefer this over the original. How does it do that? Definitely recommend mercerized cotton. Does he like this version or does he like the original? Okay. So yeah, this is the Pet Shop Boys version. Yeah, as I said, it's one of the few times I've ever liked a remake over the original. What the fuck? That's right, I've gone back a whole load and now I seem to have even more, and I'm like, hang on. Mind you, there were 8 at the end, I suppose. And I'd actually got it right for a change, so I'm not used to going back all 8. I've kicked the bloody cone over again. I do this a lot. These cones are not exactly, considering cones have a larger base, they're not, these cones are not exactly the most stable things, and they can flip over even under use. So when you're winding your warp on with weaving, they have a habit of falling over. So me kicking it over really is not, you know, not too surprising, to be honest. I wonder if I didn't go back far enough last time. I'm sure I did. Let's try this for, what was this, the 90th time I'm trying this last bobble of this corner. I seem to be incredibly crap at it. So right, we need to do 3, 5 and 8. One, 2, 3. No, you're too far away from the base, even though I snagged it up. Let's try again. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it needs to go in this. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, missed, 6, 7, 8. So 3, 5, 1, 2, 3. Or is it? Have I done it wrong again? Cold. I don't know, I can't tell because I can't, my spatial awareness is fucked. You join there, you join that one, but if I join you here, no, I don't want to join there. That's the problem, it's not there. At least I spotted it before I fucking gave it up this time. It's not this one, it is this one. Because that is the Pico in the middle. It should be that one, I'm sure of it. 2 was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that looks better. That's better. was a lot harder work than I thought. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's really hard to hold this needle against something that's so small. One. Yeah. I remember the video. Oh, fly. A mess. This fly needs to fuck off. It's really not helping my concentration. Oh, don't. I had a dog. In fact, the little guy who's my icon, he had a real fly issue. My ex-husband, as mentioned, has a bit of a fly problem. I don't mind. I don't care if there were 40 flies flying around in here, as long as they're not hitting me. If they sit there kind of going flick, which is what they feel like they do, then that's when I get annoyed with them. Otherwise, I don't care. I don't care. They have as much right to live as I do. But there is an entire universe to exist in. You do not need to hit me, right? And so, but he couldn't cope if there's a fly in the room. He has to hunt it down. And he made that dog neurotic. He made that dog want to hunt flies. Because, of course, you know, a grown-ass man leaping around whacking at flies, the dog thinks it's a great game, doesn't he? So the dog used to, go, look, there it is. And the problem was Charlie ended up getting floaters. So he would see flies that weren't there. But he'd sit there like going, because he was super excited because that's like, and you had to smack the exact bit of wall that he thought the fly was on, otherwise it didn't count. Problem is this bit keeps twisting up like this, which makes pulling the loop through really difficult because it kind of sticks on itself. And I've tried letting go and pulling the twist out, but it's not having none of it. One, two, three. One, two, three, four, five. No, this doesn't feel right. No, this is right. This is alright. I'm good. This goes in this corner like this. Thought I'd screwed up somehow. It's around the corner that I get the problem. Right. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Leave a gap. Missed. Leave a gap. 1, 2, 3. No. Oh, no, 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 it's right. It's right. Stop shitting a brick. No, 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 it's good. It's good. It's good. It just looks funny right here, right now. Worry not. Skew it down. You're doing good. You're doing good. Stop panicking. Hasn't gone wrong yet. It just feels like it. Right, now, this is where we start going wrong usually. This is the last one. 1, 2, 3. Through the little loop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I need you this way round. I think it is. No, I need you behind. Right. You've got to come in like that. I think. Don't feel that that's right. Because you're twisted, aren't you? Let's not come out there a sec. Right, you have to come up and over. And I think I need to pull it up that way. I soon found out. One. Shut up, dog! It's really hard to concentrate with all of you fucking flies and barking and kicking me in the back and... Okay. So... 2, 3, 4, 5. That feels wrong. Yeah, it is. Let's go back a few. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Problem is I won't know if it's right until I pull it through, so no point me staring at it. You're all twisted up again. Discover if it's wrong or not. Don't know. Feels like it is. No, it's not. It's right. It's good. Oh, it's all right, little man. It's all right. You've been farting in your sleep as well. 1, 2, 3. No, you're too baggy. 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. It doesn't help that it's twisted. There we go. Right, and then this needs to go in here somewhere. Right, but perhaps. I've just done it the wrong side again, haven't I? Yes. That's okay. We can do the crochet hook thing. It's not like we tied the knot this time. Because this is the front. So we need to pull it through to the back. So we'll find a hole. Around about here somewhere. And we want another hole. For goodness sake. It's one of those, the hole's really big until you try and use it, and then you can't get the thread to go through it because the hook's a bit smaller than the thread, and it just splits it. There we go. So we turn, that's the good side. She says checking. Yes, that's the good side. So now we turn it over and we do the knots on this side. I'm sure you're supposed to sew them in, but there we go. Now we've got 3 of them. And it's only taken, what? 4 hours, 10 minutes to make 2 more squares. Wow. Says a lot about me, doesn't it? Clearly not again. Yeah, another slow moving hobby. She says noticing that her threading thread has gone walkabout. Oh, for goodness sake. Oh, I've got backache. Well, it kind of does. Well, I think you were around when I posted the tutorial, so you're welcome to go and have a look. I can honestly say a needle this long is far too long, but that's the size that it came in, so I'd really wish I could have one half that size. But they're blunt, so they're blunt needles, so but they come in different sizes. As an example, I have 3 more. So I've got a much fatter one and 2 thinner ones. I mean, part of the reason that I didn't go with the thinner ones is this is like wire. I mean, you can't. Well, look how easy it bends. I'd just break that in a hurry. So, but actually, I'm going to put this in here now. But yes, just kick my cone over again. I'm exceptionally good at doing that. But yes, there you go. We have, as I say, it's not going to win Beauty of the Year awards, but you know, other than stupidity, of which I know no bounds. It's I mean, I had hoped it would be slightly faster. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, let's face it, I could not make this much bobbin lace in that time. But then at the same time, I'm not making bobbin lace with something that fat. I mean, to give you an idea, here is my bobbin thread, and here is the thread that we've just been using. There is a distinct, difference. So, it is a lot thicker. It's like, it's almost like, tow rope in comparison. But this is what I generally do weaving with, because I like the fact that it makes really thick, absorbent tea towels. I mean, to be honest, the stuff that I'm making lace with, I could weave with. I'd hate you, but I could weave with it. The reason that I would hate you is the threading of the 9 bajillion heddles. It's not necessarily so much the measuring it out, it is the threading of the heddles and the reed afterwards. I do not have a lot of patience for a lot of things. Loom prep is one. Even though loom prep again is not necessarily hard, I find that it takes me about a week. Because I have to do a bit and then walk away before I want to set fire to it all. So, it really does take me quite a while to dress my loom. And then, of course, you thread it all, you put it all the way through the reed, you tie it off, you start weaving a bit and go, well, that's all wrong. And then you have to go back and fix it all. So, And it doesn't seem to have how much I concentrate either. It's not a concentration issue. I just inherently shit at it. Even if it's supposed to go 1, 2, 3, 4 the whole way across, I still can't get it right. Even though, obviously, shaft 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, going backwards, you get 4 threads and you get a heddle from each. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and you go through number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. You'd be surprised how you can fuck that up. You really, really would. It is something only another weaver truly understands. The ability to get that wrong is unparalleled, frankly. Because, you know, counting to 4, I mean, masters have been doing that quite a while now, and would like to think that we can kind of manage that. The answer is no. It's the same as knitting and counting stitches and crochet and all of that kind of stuff, is that the moment it comes down to it, somehow your ability to count to 10, 20, whatever it is, just doesn't seem to work. It's alright, Rory. It's alright, love. And you're just left sitting there going, I don't know how I can't, but you get, you know, you count your 50 stitches 8 times and get 8 different numbers, and you're like, how? How is this a thing? So, yeah, I quite like this stuff for weaving because you generally have 12 or so ends an inch. The stuff that you keep seeing, which is around here somewhere, I moved it. Oh, it's underneath, that's why. It's now underneath. If I move this back a bit, you can see a corner of it just in the bottom of the screen there. It's because it's on top of the table to give a bit of grip to the piece of wood that balances on top. Because there's a round table under here, by the way. And I made that a bit too dense. I mean, it looks fantastic, but it's too thick because it's too scrunched together. But I think I did something like 20 ends an inch on it. It was just too much. But it does look awesome. It would make a great heat pad for the centre of the table on like Thanksgiving or Christmas or Easter or whatever, or your birthday, when you want to put hot things on a really expensive wood table. Because this thing is thick, dude. This stuff is kind of like, you know, if you coat the space shuttle in it, it'd probably allow re-entry. It's kind of thick. It is bedspread quality. It is a heavy bedspread quality. It's kind of carpet, but without the fluff, if you know what I mean. It's thick. So it was a mistake on my behalf, and unfortunately I put an awful lot on the loom, and so I've got quite a lot of it, and I can't be asked to redo it all, because, well, I could make up for it by spreading it out at the front and making it, but that involves effort, and I can't be asked, so I haven't. I really should have done, because I've still got, like, I think it's about 8 metres on the back of it. I think once I get to the end of the green ones, which I haven't touched in over a year, so let's not be thinking that's a hurry. Partly because part of the reason I haven't done it is because it wasn't until I took them off that I realised how thick they were. I mean, they look brilliant, so I kind of went with it. I didn't take them off the loom and take one off the loom and have a look, because I haven't even washed them yet. They'll shrink a bit when I wash them and get even worse. And so I've got some green ones that are on the loom at the moment. So green ones exactly the same as red ones, because they were going to be for Christmas. And I was going to give them to people as Christmas tea towels because they're really pretty and intricate. I don't know what the fuck I'll do with them. Might put them down in the bathroom as like floor mats. Because that's kind of what they are. I mean, you know, if I threw a bit of rubber backing on it, they'd make great mats. Seriously, that would be really good for it. yeah, not one of my better moments, that. But I really do like working with it because it's thicker and chunkier and it's pretty strong stuff, and you know, it's really absorbent. I will tell you now, the tea towel that's underneath this surface, which is a large tea towel, don't get me wrong, I think it's 25 by 32 inches. So in terms of a tea towel, that's kind of like twice a commercial one. But I like them big because, well, I like to be able to hold the plate with one hand and wipe with the other and not get wet with one of them. But, yeah. I mean, I did kind of question it a little when I was setting it up. It seemed a bit thick, but, I think if I get to the end of the green one, so I've got the green and the red, and then loosen it up a bit and maybe remake some of my favourites. Because don't get me wrong, I love the patterns that I made, especially the one that's kind of based on shortbread. Really like the shortbread looking one. And I quite like this one, although I stuffed it up, which is kind of, funnily enough, a lacy looking kind of pattern, which is a spiral. That intermingles a bit like chainmail, but not quite. I do like some of them, so I might revisit. Have you not seen the shortbread one? Hang on, I can see it from here. Hang on, you'll understand what I mean by a shortbread one in a minute. Hang on. Don't fall over. Not everything has to fall over. So, if I lift this up, that's the spirally one. I've got zoom out a bit. Dunk. So let's straighten this up. Let's move some space so I don't obliterate everything and wonder where it all fell off the table and went. So let's pick them up. Move you. Chuck you there. Put you in with that. So we have Christmas trees. Which, by the way, they're reversible, so they're all reversible, but Christmas trees. This isn't all of them. There is this one, which is kind of squarey. There is this one that looks like shortbread. You'll soon see what I mean. Looks a bit like round shortbread biscuits in a tin. And then this one was inspired kind of by a shortbread tin, right? Now, if you don't like this one, I'll be upset. This was inspired, I think, it was either a shortbread tin or a Christmas jumper. One or the other. But, seriously, these things are measurably... Well, I mean, you can see that they're thick, dude. I mean, they're not... I mean, they'll absorb enough water to should there be, Noah and the flood, I'll just chuck these out the window and it won't be a problem anymore. These really would absorb all the water known to God. And I really do love them, but They're not really tea towels anymore. They're too thick. But yeah, I do love how they turned out. But yeah, they I definitely could do with it actually doesn't take as long as you think. So I have and I'm sitting on I'm sitting on a couple more. Hang on. So we've got these ones. I didn't realise I was sitting on a couple. There you go. I obviously dropped them. So there's that one. And then this one's very Christmassy, but at the same time, kind of predictable. I don't actually like this one as much. They look like bells. I mean, I'm not going to deny that, but I'm not overly enamoured with that one. But the this is all of these have been made on the same setup. I did not have to change a single thing about my loom to make each of these. So the warp is white, hence the very, very ends are white. The red is the weft that goes backwards and forwards. And I have what's known as a draw loom. So this actually is a 6N twill, I think. It's been a while. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6N. I have to count them. 6N twill. So each of these little dots is 6 by 6, right? And to give you an idea, this one is the best one to demonstrate it. They are threaded, say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. So they're threaded in a V shape, right? And you go ziggity zaggity, right? But there's a... So for normal weavers, if I said to you it's a 6N twill, you're going, yes, I get that. And obviously there are 12 blocks. I do not have a 72 shaft loom. And the fact that I've got plain weave at the end really does confuse matters. I have a draw loom. So I make the 6N satin with the pattern shafts and raise and lower pattern shafts. I've got like ground shafts, sorry, for the pattern, and pattern shafts for the 1 to 12. And the 1 to 12 is all 6 of them. All 6 of them. All 6 of them. So if you say lift 1, 3 and 5, but you've raised the back, and on that it knows to pull down other ones, so it might pull down 2, 4 and 6, right? So you can reverse the patterns. They have to be reversible, so you can't have one up and one down at the same time. But you can do like, because you're only, so for this you have 6 up, and for that, sorry, 6 down, and for this you have 6 up. Well, 5 down, 5 up, right? So that one's down to give you the red, and one's, all are down to give you the red, except one, and then one is down to give you, one is up to give you the red, whatever. It's the other way around. Up to give you this. Anyway, it doesn't really matter, because it doesn't matter which side you weave it on, because of course it's the same. But, so you have one up, one down. The rest kind of go with the flow. So either a down or up, so you get the 2 patterns. So it gives me, my draw loom gives me the ability. I have a 10 shaft ground that I can use. So I could make this more complicated. And then I can have currently 50, yes, 50 blocks. But in case that's not enough, I have what's known as a unit pull. Now a unit could be a block, so I could hand control individually each of these and do writing. Or I can hand control individual threads. So technically I could put each thread on a different yank handle and drive myself properly insane. But you can use two together. So you can have this, but then you, for example, let's say, let's go back to the Christmas trees. Hang on. Right, let's go back to the Christmas trees. Because the Christmas trees use all 12 as well. They just do it in different ways. Well, I could put little random dots in as snowflakes. I have the power. So hence I bought a very expensive loom. I am one of few people in the UK with one. And I love it. It is the coolest thing. However, it is somewhat... That's a really good point. Where did I put that? So I took my earpiece out and I suddenly heard ads coming. But yeah, I mean, I do love it. I haven't touched it since discovering how much I fucked up. Because like everything, it did kind of take the wind out my sails a little bit. So, because I've got green ones on that are equally as useless and as thick. Which is, well, disappointing to say the least. I mean, they're not all the same size, as you can tell. But they're all as wide. So yes, I really do enjoy it. And making the pants is actually, well, if you ignore the dressing of the loom, which, as I've already said, takes me about a week, because it took me about a week even when it wasn't a draw loom. So being a draw loom does not overly add to the problem for me, funnily enough. Weaving one of these, probably 40 minutes. Actually doesn't take that long. That's the problem. It doesn't actually, I mean, I'd say an hour. Go with an hour. Say, you know, allowing for screwing it up a little bit. Yeah. Stomp, throw, bash. Stomp, throw, bash. Stomp, throw, bash. Stomp, throw. Well, you get into a habit. Because once because you pull the handles, right? You pull the handles to set which of these blocks are going to be red and white, right? And because you've got a pattern, I've got, you know, you'll have the pattern next to you. So the pattern actually is like this bit. It's half the pattern. It's only literally half the repeat, right? Because of course it's in a V shape. So you only have this much. So you basically play, right, well that one goes one way, that way, that's, you know, here or there we're all up. It's just that one. And so you've got little pulley handles that you pull down. Then you do the whole square. So you do like treadle 1, stomp, throw. Well, stomp 1, throw, bash. Stomp 2, throw this way. Bash. Stomp 3, throw, bash. Stomp 4. And so you really do get into quite a... And then you've done this much. Well, I mean, it almost takes longer to say than it does to do. Stomp, throw, bash, stomp, throw, bash, stomp, throw, bash, stomp, throw, bash. And, well... and of course, after you've done like one, you've generally remembered most of the pattern because you know what it's supposed to look like. So, you know, in terms of things like the Christmas trees or with this, you don't even need to look at the pattern because, well, it's kind of obvious. Same was fairly true with this, to be honest. Most of them, you end up remembering it, so you don't even have to look at the pattern, and you just change these handles, change those handles, because you only have to move the handles that change. So, like the bells, if you think of... wherever they've gone. Oh, they're over there, that's why I can't see them, because I haven't finished folding them. Numbnuts. But if you think of the bell, hang on, just folding it up. If you think of the bell, well, you start here and you come down, so you pull these. Well, then you add two, because of course it's reflected. You then add one each down to here, then you take away the middle one, and then you add it back and move that one. Do that for 2 rows so you change literally nothing. Then you put that back to the middle. Then you do a button load that are exactly the same. So you do, 4 stomp, throw, bash sections. Then you pull all of these up, do a row, put them all back, pull them all up again. And it really doesn't take that long, because you can see, because you've got threads like that and threads like that, you can see which ones are going to be in the thing, so you can see if it's going to be right or not. The only time it doesn't go right is occasionally it jumps a thread. So like here, you can see there's like a little dash that shouldn't be there. And if you notice it, obviously you'll fix it. Excuse me. But stomp, throw, bash, stomp, throw, bash, stomp, throw, bash. Yeah, tea towels only take me about an hour, 45 minutes, depending. Which is why it's so frustrating that it takes me a week to set the loom up. Which is why, like, for example, I must have put 28 metres on this time around, somewhere around about there. Because I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think I did 9 or 10 of these. And I've done nearly all the green ones. And there's still quite a load on the back. So there's got to be 28 metres on there. Because, well, it's so flexible. Now, admittedly, these are a V shape of 12. But here's the other thing. The way draw looms work is I could change them to V's of 6s. Or, 2 V's of 24. Or 1 of each. Kind of thing. With fairly little work, because while there are heddles that go through to do the lifting and the raising to make the actual picture, you can transfer them all back onto one stick and then pull off the groups that you want onto new sticks to make the new pattern shafts, and it's really not overly complicated. I mean, it's especially if you're keeping them all together, because of course you can also do half blocks, and yeah, let's not even get into that, but to make smoother edges and less pixely looking. And of course, the finer the yarn you use, the less pixely looking it is. And as I said, if I really wanted to, I could add pieces of string per string. So but it is one of those things, is that draw looms just make sense to me. Now, there are weavers out there whose brains find it very, very hard. And there are times, like a lot of things, it's one of those things is that it was like joining that square at the end in what we've just done. In that you need to rotate it round a bit, and you need to make sure you approach it from the right angle, but you also can't really approach it from the right angle because, well, you're doing it from this side and you're doing there, and you can't turn that, and you can't bend it because it's on a straight needle, and there are lots of things, and sometimes your brain will go, yeah, you just need to do that. And other times it will just go, hell no, absolutely not. And so I get draw looms, and there's a company in the UK who will actually ask me to advise people and help them work out what they want if they want a draw loom. Now, I think they've gone off me a little bit, and you know what? I don't have a problem with that. Not because I minded helping people. I didn't overly like the company. They'd be really upset for me saying that. But they were the only supplier in the UK. Now, there were allegedly a couple of others, but they'd gone out of business. So these people were the only ones I could get my drawer loom through. And, well, they weren't very helpful. Because they didn't know anything about it. And when I said I wanted this spec, they went, oh, I don't think we can have that. And I said, well, I wrote to them and they told me I could. Oh, well, we never get responses from them. And it was almost, well, it's funny, if they don't write back to you as a supplier, have you considered that it's a you problem? Anyway, because I wrote to them and I had a mail back the following day. So I had no problem getting responses from them. And so I had problems. And when I ordered, it said on the website, you know, when you order it, you get this with it and this with it and this with it. And when it arrived, I didn't have it. And when I contacted them, they kind of went, oh, well, no, you don't get those. I said, it says here on your website, it comes with like heddles because they're not cheap. Fine. So they bequeathed me some heddles, the wrong fucking size, I need to point out. Well, there's 2 sizes you can use, but they sent me the non-recommended one. Let's put it that way. It worked, but there were better recommendations. So I've had to buy those. And if I tell you that's about £500, it is a significant impact. Yes, it does cost a lot. So I didn't feel overly supported, and then bits were missing, and they weren't very good at telling me where it was. I had to chase them, and I'd ordered something for them just before I ordered my drawer loom. I'd ordered a couple of extra bits for my table loom. A year later, having had to nag them constantly, have you got it yet? Oh no, it hasn't come yet. Seriously, you can't get parts in a year? Especially as it's quite a common part. Because I was after reeds, which basically they're not manufacturer specific. You know, you have so many slots per inch stroke centimetre, depending on whether you're buying inches or centimetre ones. And it's kind of like, you could at least have said, well, we can't seem to get them. We can offer you someone else's at a discount, or, you know, give you a few quid back or something. But no, they didn't. And literally, they wrote to me eventually. It was almost, 1 year to date, going, do you want to give up? Because we're kind of thinking it's not happening. And I was like, no, you've had my money a year. You might as well keep it for, until you do. A week later, it turned up. They didn't tell me it was coming. They didn't tell me, oh, well done, thanks for waiting, it's finally arrived. No, it just showed up one morning, just as well I was at home. No, it's shipped, no nothing. So there is another company now in the UK who sell these things. And, well, I recommend them a lot, because one of the key differences is that the company that I am less enamoured with, I'm not going to say they don't weave, I'm not going to say they're not crafters, because I don't know. But I can tell you the other company are weavers. They actively weave. They actively do this as a hobby and a profession. And they have a shop in Wales. Nautica would be proud. In Wales. And in there is a loom, and you can go and try it. Now, it's not a very big shop, I don't think. It's not like, a big warehouse. But if you buy a loom from them, they will come and set it up for you, free of charge. Whereas the other lot, I got my bits in UPS, and, well, one box hadn't arrived, i.e. the important bit. And I didn't know if I was going to get it for Christmas or not. And that was a different loom, let alone this one. This one arrived in bits, and, to be honest, the other company, the nicer company, are a hair more expensive. And I am talking, on something that costs a few thousand, they might charge you 40, 50 quid more. But as I've said, they will come and build it, or they will bring it to you built, depending on the size of it, right? It's all right, Rory. Rory! Because he's the other side of the room, I can't pat him on the head now. But at the same time, if you have a problem, if you need to ask them a question, they will do their damnedest to help you. So I put a fair bit of business their way. There was a couple of people who, as I got my drawer loom, showed an interest in getting one, and I put both of them onto the new company. And because when they said, oh, no, we asked once before, and I said, well, the only company now who do that are this other company, and I had no end of problems. Anyway, they contacted the manufacturer, and hey presto. And they wrote to me and said, oh, we've been accepted, we're really excited. Because they're really nice lads. They are really nice. So, like everything, I would rather pay a little bit more and deal with nice people than save 50 quid. I mean, if I'm saving 50 quid out of 100 quid, yeah, okay. But if you're saving 50 quid on, a couple of thousand plus, and one gives you a great experience, the other doesn't, it's worth it, right? So Wonky Weavers are my favourite people in the world, and as I say, they're in Wales, and I highly recommend. They do AVLs, they do Luette, they do Glamacra, which is my draw loom people, and they make normal looms too, but they make things the size of Land Rovers, which is what I've got. Seriously, it is the size of a Land Rover. It takes up my entire dining room from side to side and floor to ceiling. Okay, my fat arse has to kind of breathe in to get around it, and behind it there is not a lot of room, which makes dressing it a little bit more awkward, but never mind, eh? Wonky Weavers are brilliant guys. They talk to you, they keep you up to date. If you drop them a mail, they don't just respond to you 9 to 5 business hours. They'll write back because they're online in the evening, answering questions and helping people. They do shows, so they go to various kind of crafting exhibitions, and they're there with equipment and demoing things, and they are absolutely wonderful lads. And as I said, I bought a few things from the previous company. And it always was like buying from Amazon. Kind of heartless. It's not that you didn't get your stuff. It's not that it was wrong necessarily. It's not that, any problems were dealt with. I'm not going to deny any of that. But you deal with Wonky Weavers, it's like asking your best friend. And that to me is a really, really big deal. Because they weave. You can talk, because that was the problem I had with the other company, is I was explaining to them, it didn't come with the shaft supports, which basically are like little combs in that they're bits of stick with like little uppy downy groovy bits, and you put the shafts in it so support the shafts while you thread them and do other things so that they can't move. And it was supposed to come with some, and it didn't. They didn't even understand when I explained what they were for. Because they don't weave. Now maybe they spin, maybe they knit, maybe they, they just happen to also carry other things. But Wonky Weaver, for example, Wonky Weaver said to me, if you want to sell these, send them to us, we'll sell them for you. They were very happy, they're very accommodating, and as a good company, especially sometimes these days, because everyone's after the buck, most people are not, they're not in it. They're in it to win it, they're not in it because they are passionate about it. And they might have started out passionate about it, and we all know that you've got bills to pay, we all know that, frankly, the living wage and minimum wage and shit is just insulting, because you really can't live on that shit. But, they don't... to be honest, their prices were even far more expensive. As I say, they are higher than the lesser company. But it's the same stuff. So, you know, it's not like the lesser company. If you know exactly what you want, and you know, you're feeling a bit tight, and you don't mind a kind of Amazon style delivery, and that you'll get a box with a pile of stuff in it with kind of, and you know that no one gave a crap, that's fine. But if you've got questions, if you're venturing into something new, well then you want people who care. You want people who can, I put this together and I don't think it's working right. Oh, well, have you looked at this? And we can, you know, we can do that. Rather than they then said, because when I had problems with my grammatical, the first thing they did was, even though I'd listed it all in English, can you write down what you think you're missing? Can you write down what the problems are so that we can send that email to the manufacturer? And I almost wrote back, I just had. But fine, I will structure it in a more, I expected 3 of these, I have none. I expected 5 of these, I have 1, you know, kind of manner. And I'm sorry, but you couldn't have done that from the English version? Felt a little bit, you know, I'm sorry, but I thought, you know, you're a business, surely, you know. So, as I said, it's not that they're a bad company, but they are not as passionate about the subject as Wonky Weavers. So, I know I haven't named them. Doesn't take much to find out. But they're not a bad company, and I want to stress that. It's just that I find Wonky Weaver a better. So I do tend to gloat about them. And it has to be said, if I was ever in a market, and I know that my body will require this at some point, for an electronic dobby loom, which will be a step down from a draw loom, it would have to be said. But it would mean that you do the setup, but you don't have to grovel around on the floor to tie it up. You then use a computer to pick a pattern, and then you just do stomp, throw, bash, clicking your treadle. It does literally everything else for you. You've got to thread all the shafts accordingly, but, you know, if it needs 1, 3, 5, 12 and 14, you don't have to have a treadle tied up for that. It knows that and it will lift it. So it can do any of those treadles in any comparison, so you're not restricted to the number of treadles you've got, which is a good thing. And so, you know, it is a good thing, and part of me would love a dobby loom, but even a manual little one is like, was it 12 grand or something ridiculous? So, you know, and yes, you did hear me right, £12,000. So, you know, while I hoped to buy a smaller one, no, I'm going to put that off. I mean, I know obviously 12 grand now is possibly better than, say, 18, 20 by the time I get round to it. My draw loom cost 8, so let's not be pretending that, you know, that was not a thing. I think it was near a 9, but yeah. It's not a cheap hobby. And they do see you coming, by the way. They really do see you coming. Not that you'd use this for weaving, perhaps, but I think if this was for weaving, and because you do get something similar, which is things with little prongs on the floor, so you get slightly bigger versions, obviously, but that hold many spools. They don't start till £100, and it's like an 8-year-old could have made that in wood shop at school. Warping boards, basically a large picture frame with chunks of broom handle screwed into it. Yes, madam, that's £150. It's got like 12 chunks of broom handle, which is a £5, and a picture frame made out or 4 bits of 2x4 kind of thing. Not even usually that thick, to be fair, but let's pretend. £150. Everything is stupidly expensive. I mentioned about the thing with the prongs. I bought an AVL one. It's basically a 4 foot by 4 foot bookshelf. In fact, technically a pair of, with a hinge in the middle. So you can flatten it down to a 4 foot by 4 foot, but you also can open it out to be 8 foot by 4 foot, right? £500. And when it arrived, the prongs that you stick into it didn't fit. So I wrote to the company who made it and I said, I bought this. I must be being stupid, because you naturally assume. I bought this through a reseller, and they've sent me it comes in a pre-packaged thing. They don't bother opening it, and I can't get the prongs to fit. Can you measure them? They said. Well, I've, funnily enough, actually got one of those like micrometer kind of fancy measuring sticks. Yes, I said, they're this big. Oh, they're the wrong prongs, they said. And I went, but they're the ones you provided. Oh, well, you'll have to get other ones. What, you're not going to replace them? No. I'd pay £500 and then I had to buy a load of fucking sticks off Amazon to replace the ones that were supposed to be in it, because they were the wrong ones. £500 basically for 2 okay bookmarks and a handful of eyelets. £500. Fuck me, I could have got some from IKEA for a hell of a lot less than that, and they'd probably be bigger. It's currently sitting in here and has been for quite a while, and I really would like to move it, possibly upstairs, because, well, I don't need it for weaving. I don't use it for weaving. So I don't need it, in fact, for what I bought it for. In fact, I don't need it at all. But, well, so I'd like to put it upstairs, out of the way, rather than sitting in here like a lemon, because it's kind of sitting in the middle of the floor. It's not literally the middle of the floor, but it is away from the wall edge. It is, half blocking my view from here to the window, as an example. Now, it's got no back to it, so you can see through it, but it's kind of, well, over there. So I would like to move it upstairs, but it's kind of heavy, and it really could do with, like, friend. But I put things on top of it now because, well, it's there and stuff. And that's where my cone was living. It was on one of the prongs, funnily enough. Because, well, it was just there because it's great for storing shit like that. So that's what I did with it. But I really would like to move it out of here. And upstairs. And kind of not look at it. Because, well, kind of depressing, actually. And there's some more cones of yarns in boxes behind it. So then I could get to the cones of yarns and move them out of the way. And it'd be great if I could take the cones of yarns that are in boxes behind it upstairs, and the bags of boxes with cones in upstairs, and get the cardboard out from under the stairs, and then put the plastic boxes with the cones in it that I've opened, or sorry, the bags that I'd opened with the cones in, so the cones that I decanted into boxes, under the stairs, and then put the table in that's in here, which is over there, that's standing on one end because I had to glue some of it back together, and well, I don't really need the table, so it'd be nice if that could go upstairs too, because it's been sitting on the end in here for at least 2 years, and well, I've got a TV that I don't watch, and that could probably go upstairs, out sight, out of mind kind of deal, because I don't watch it, so because I watch everything on my computer, which is, well, just there. So otherwise, how would I be doing this? So it is, and I've got a 26-inch or something. No, it's a 32-inch monitor. And of course it's 6 inches from my nose, so it's bigger in terms of view power than my 50-inch TV over there. So Why wouldn't I watch that? Because it's here, whereas that's over there. And if I want to watch something, well, it's here and right in front of me. And if I want to change the channel, I can just go click. Because, of course, you can all watch them online now. So, yeah, I don't tend to turn my TV on whatsoever, which is a bit sad, really. Because I paid money for it and everything. I did turn it on to watch a video, DVD, whatever, a little while ago. But that might have been last year. That's how much I turn it on. It could be dead by now and I wouldn't even know. So yeah, there's lots of things I'd like to do, but the moment I actually I'm like, yeah, I'd like to do that. I lift up one sheet of pepper. Oh, I'm not in the mood. So yeah. Anyway, it's nearly 4 o'clock in the morning. I am gonna go to bed. I am gonna go and have some snoozes. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you for watching me struggle with my needle tatting. To be honest, let me move these. I'm not unproud of it. I'm really not. Let's have a good zoom in, right? I'm not unproud. Let's put it up here. I'm not unproud of it. I mean, it's not going to win Beauty of the Year award. Really isn't. But it's yeah, I mean, it's not exactly, you know, overly straight and perfect, but considering I'd not tried it ever before today, I am not... What's going on here? Yeah. There. That looks really wonky. Oh, I know why. It's because I stretched it by being dumb, didn't I? Yeah. That's what it is. That's why it looks wonky. Because I kept sewing into it when I didn't need to. But yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing that if you do, you know, a bit of colour work, because obviously you can do each of these in different colours, so you could make stripes or patterns, a bit like, you know, again, if you think of some of these patterns on a much larger scale, each of these squares could be like one of those. You could make, you know, make pictures out of it and stuff. I mean, probably not necessarily at this size, because, you know, you'd have to be making something pretty damn large to make a picture out of it, but you could do 2 colours, make a picture, or many colours and all the rest of it, make a teddy bear out of it or something. Anyway, don't know what we'll do on stream tomorrow. Maybe some more of this, while everybody votes on. Have you all voted? This is the question. Have you voted? If you're not quite sure what I'm banging on about, let me grab this copy. You voted yes, I know. So, let me just post that. Please vote. I will probably close voting Wednesday, Thursday. Well, probably about Wednesday next week, or this coming week. And we will view the answers and see what we're going to do. So basically, until Wednesday, I'll probably make more of these just for a shit and a giggle, and to give you guys something to do and talk to you about ideas for you know, how we're going to move ahead, and to give you all a chance to come and have a yak and a moan and all the things that we do. But it has been good to see you, and I definitely need some sleep. So take care, everybody, and I shall see you again tomorrow. Bye bye.